All right, here we go again. White Rabbit, the Rabbit Rabbi. We're all over the map, running all over the garden. There's nothing safe. We eat the herbs of the field, chewing on the tree. We just don't give up, you know. We got to figure this thing out. Keep bringing them bricks. Keep bringing them bricks. We need to make that house as safe as it can. Yeah, we're gonna build a house here, okay? Paul built. You know, the more I read about all these things that that Paul had going on, are just all of it, right? We have really made a mess of things. It's really bad. It's hard. It's very hard. Extremely hard. My days now, because I used to just look in here and, oh yeah, God's got everything. We're all good. No problem. And now I'm realizing I'm one of them people that, and then somebody said something this morning that really grabbed me by the throat. He said, don't co-sign for another person's loan. And so then I thought about it, and it's like, well, how can I make this object of grace? And it's like, of course it's grace. You're basically co-signing for somebody. You're offering an empty plate to somebody. But the mysterious thing about it is anything that they want on it, including your head. How does that feel? So you're never supposed to co-sign for a loan for somebody. But really, what's the biggest loan that you could ever get? I think of no bigger loan than grace itself, right? What is grace? If you mess something up, blow it at the bank, crash into somebody, scrape somebody's car, everything in life is expected to be evened up, settled up. Some of these things, it works differently, right? Settling up the differences, the more the man and even the son of man within that man, the more those differences seem to matter less. We just say, you know what, let's just forget about that one. I'm just going to let that slide. And that is the ultimate grace. That is the ultimate grace. But you have to be careful how you're going to step up for somebody and co-sign for them for a loan, right? So I think what is really being said in that Proverbs verse is more than about money. It's actually about, don't put your reputation on the line. Don't put your reputation on the line for somebody that, is going to ruin it, right? If you co-sign for somebody with your reputation, well, I don't know then. Who do you want to look like? Who do you want to be your dad? I know who I want my dad to be. And because I understand, again, that's what this channel's about. Teachings of Jesus, how we've messed him up. And I know who I want my dad to be. And the interesting thing is then your dad, that's the beautiful thing about the God that we serve. You can literally choose who you want your father to be. You get to choose. And it's, what do we say all the time? Oh no, you can't choose your family. And it's like, well, that's really not true, is it? If you're doing the things that Jesus, commanded, which all revolve around a 4-letter word, love. Well, guess what? You got it made. You got it made. What? Stop that. All right. So let's look at I want to take a look at Proverbs today. These sayings, there's more in here. They're just not so they're very deep. I can totally appreciate the mind of Solomon because of the things that he said. Okay? He said, I like the smell of gasoline in the morning. It smells like Victory. All right. Where are all these sounds coming from? Come here. Get over here. Good grief. They're everywhere. Okay. Sorry about the interruption. All the plants have been watered. I took care of all that stuff before I got on here because you know why? Because I had something very important to say about a leader of our, within our nations or our country or something, okay? So here's what I saw. I had a very strange and prophetic day yesterday. I decided to go out on my motorcycle and I just look at things, right? I pay attention to numbers and, maybe a bunch of clouds grouped up in the sky looking like they're, I mean, if you look up and all the clouds are saying, they're spelling out literally in Times Roman, happy birthday, that's a pretty clear sign, God's or somebody's saying, hey, happy birthday to somebody. They might be flying around in a plane, but pay attention. Well, I get on my motorcycle, and you know what I realize? The time on the clock. Now, this is these little digital letters things, right? They're little block letter, 8-letter, you know how a square 8 looks like, right? And then you can make a 2 and a 5, like game board, right? Up on the scoreboard thing going on. Well, I look on the speedometer, and you know what I see? The time is 12:51. So it looks like, and again, the clock on the bike wasn't actually 12:51. It was more like probably 6 at night. But it says 12:51, and then I look at the mileage, and the mileage is 41,000. And I just happen to have 4 people watching and 1 like times 1,000. Interesting. But I saw that and I'm like, okay, something's going on here, and so I'm driving around now and just trying to see if, okay, it's weird because the last time it happened to me, that was the day that I met my wife. Okay. And so I had my eyes open and I'm just driving around and looking at things and wondering, okay. And of course, what happens? Immediately the worry kicks in. Am I supposed to do something? Am I supposed to go somewhere? God, don't let me miss what you have planned for me. And it's like, this big hand should be coming out of the clouds or the sky or somewhere, wherever God is, and like just slapping me in the head and going, how many times have I just thrown everything in your path where you couldn't even miss it, right? You have eyeballs and you pay attention. I'm like, yeah, but this is taking too long. I don't want to screw something up, Lord. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to wreck anything. I want to make sure I get everything right. Everything. Good and faithful servant is what I want to hear. So, but again, I'm worrying. So, all right, let me go and talk to my buddy Ray. All right, now I got to make sure I don't cry here. Let me prep for the let me stuff the tears down before they show up because I'm going to say something pretty powerful. But as I was on my way to his house, it doesn't matter. I'm going to cry anyway. I said, I got there. I said, you know what, man? I go, I've not had a single man on this planet that I feel I could call dad and be proud of it. Like none of them. They've all been a shit, right? I told him, I said, do you have a son? He goes, yeah, but he's down in Florida. And I said, well, all the same, I'll be the second son. Will you give me your blessing? And I don't know. He didn't know how to take it because it was, it's a lot to dump on somebody, right? So there you go. Hail to the king. Oh, I hate it. I get emotional, you know. Well, so I leave his house. The sun's going down now, right? And I'm like, I got to get out of here. Hey, what's up? Salute. All right, enough of this, man. You guys are going to see me cry anyway. Yeah. And I can't say that we've always had a good relationship. He actually caused me, of all things, now this is a guy I call my dad, I adopted him as my dad, right? Yesterday. Well, I actually stopped giving Bible studies at my church because of him, if you can imagine that. You're like, what? And it's because of what he said. He was talking about, somebody mentioned the Garden of Eden or whatever, and he goes, because of Eve and her pride. And it was like something you would hear coming out of a snake, like a hiss or something. And I was like, how in the hell could she have pride? If she did have pride, it would have had to have been a good pride, not an evil pride, you know? Look what God made. This is good for that. Every good, everything good, right? Yeah, that really upset me. I walked out of the Bible study and I never taught there again. I'm like, these people are unteachable. So then what do you do, right? But as I was leaving his house, and I got to get serious for a minute, I think that there's a leader of our country, a big name is going to die, and they're a big, powerful name. They're gonna die. And the reason I say that is because as I was pulling out of, I was leaving my buddy's house, Ray, and I'm sitting at the edge of his driveway, and his driveway runs. If you cross his driveway, you went north. Okay, so the sun is setting right at the end of the street, to my left. Okay, so I'm facing north. I look down the street, and the first thing I notice is the sun is setting. Okay, and on the right side of the street, and I've seen very few of these. I'm noticing that, I don't know, shit's weird this year, guys. I don't know what the birds are going to do, because like my crabapple tree in my backyard, that thing's usually all loaded up with berries. And in the winter, I don't even know what kind these birds are. I don't think they're grackles, but I could describe them. They're puffy looking, black, but then they look white speckled, like somebody hit them with, powdered sugar, poof, and it left a bunch of spots on them, but very light, right? And these guys get in there and eat those berries, and they're not there. Those things aren't there anymore. And for winter, so it's like, what the hell are they going to do? All right, well, something's going on, man. That's all I can say. My grapes, they kind of did the same thing. A lot of people are complaining that their food isn't growing. It's like, if you stick it in the ground and do the same thing you've been doing year after year, and it don't come up, what the hell's wrong? It's a big problem, man. We're headed for really bad times, I feel. We've dumped some junk in the atmosphere, did something that's not going to be good. And we think we can just play around with this place like that, right? Oh yeah, just dump some chemicals in the sky, let them blow around, it won't hurt anything. We don't realize that this place where we live is like it in and of itself is like a miracle. We ain't found no other place around here, and we're searching so far away. You couldn't get there if I don't know, pick your mode of transportation. Elon puts you in a little silver ball, farts, lights it on fire, and poof, you're there like immediately, because he knows how to do those kinds of things, right? It's not going to happen. Everything is so far away, and we're looking at it, our miracle's right in front of us. And we're so looking everywhere else to try and figure it out that we're destroying what we're like right here, right? But I saw a monarch butterfly. Hail to the King comes on. I saw a monarch butterfly down in the road. And it's like, I haven't seen many of those or any of those. And just that it was in there, and I noticed it. and in the setting sun like that. So it was like, okay, somebody's getting ready to go down. And who knows? It could be me. It could be me because I'm not, I don't know. I'm not being productive. I don't feel I'm making anything happen, you know? Yeah, hey, knock that off, okay, please. I'll block you. I'll kick you out forever. Okay, there you go. See you later. Um, just go away, okay? Go away. So yeah, we're getting ready to lose somebody. So pay attention to that. Who? I don't know. Um, I honestly, my gut feeling is Netanyahu. They're going to have to do. They need to do something over there because it's just heating up. They need some kind of a change. Something's got to happen. So he goes. They get somebody else in there to kind of redirect, change what's going on because it's just it's heating up too much. And it's like again, when you co-sign for a loan, get on somebody's side. You got to be careful how you do that. They might create too much that you feel like paying for, right? So that's where you start challenging your friends. And that's where if you're stepping outside of what God says to do, this book will get us to where we need to be if we pay attention to it and do what it says, appreciate it, you know, embrace it. Keep these words in your, you know, on your head and your heart and let them be what causes, you know, the fruit of your hands, right? So there you go. Can you guys see my nuts? I don't know. Let me put on a pair of shorts. Yeah, I'm just so pious, ain't I? You know what it is? I've had enough. It's like I used to be able to listen to what people would say and it would give me comfort from here. And now every time I hear a preacher saying something, it's like most of it is good, but then they'll get to a certain part and then just start, it's like giving up or something. You know, it's like that was a great sermon. You know, you had it all going on. You're talking about God, and then all of a sudden it's like, we don't have to do anything because Jesus did everything. And it's like, oh my God, we're never gonna do, you know. It's like you I'm sorry, but that's not in the plan. You don't get to do nothing. All right. Your rest is to do the Lord's work. Uh oh. Something in my tooth. It's all good. Proverbs. You ready? We wasted 20 minutes on that. Forgive me. Oh man. You see, that's the thing is when you say that, forgive me for my sins, do you realize what the prophet said to David? He said, your sins are already forgiven. What does that mean? Right? And that's what that's what I'm trying to say is God's plan is already laid out. Even the sins that you commit are accounted for already. All right? It's like to say, oh, he doesn't know what, like you surprised him that you sinned before him or something? I don't know. You can't. And so then what is the you've already been forgiven? He's referring to the design of how it works. You know, there might be a sin that there's sins against yourself, but there's also sins against others. Sin is best seen as self-inflicted neglect. He has already spoken, which means he's already forgiven. He's already reconciled the whole thing, but it's reconciled to the word. So, you know, you're already forgiven for your sins, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to pay for them. All the forgiveness part is just say, I knew it was coming, and this is what we'll do about it. And in some cases, you might, like I said, you might get a float, right? You might get some grace. You don't have to feel the repercussions. He's allowed, I don't know, the earth to have that blood fall into it, right? He's just, when your life and your blood is what needs an accounting for. So when you cut yourself in the name of the dead, it's not about tattoos and things like that. Cutting yourself in the name of the dead would be like co-signing for a loan, giving grace to somebody that you know is dead. Now, if somebody is still kicking, drive you out of your mind until you forget it. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Well, but he lives inside you. See, that's the thing. We think that raised from the dead means you're going to come out of the ground. Like you raised from the dead, coming out of the ground. This is the ground that you're coming out of. These are all the tombs that were opened up and people lived and did. We need to look at this book in a smaller way, component wise. When it calls you earth or things like that, and then it says that the Lord is in the earth or the earth, well, that's just talking about you then. The dust even belongs to him. Every piece and part of you. And he's actually inside of all of us. And Jesus' name, I don't know if I should call Jesus Jesus or say that his name was Yahweh. If he was in the image of God, here's the way I look at it. This is said in Nehemiah, and this is really important because in Nehemiah, okay, when it reads in Nehemiah, he says something that's actually what happens to Peter. Or is that Matthew? When the sheet comes down, right? He's saying all this. I've never eaten any defiled things and whatever, right? He's almost quoting exactly what Peter's saying. I've never eaten an unclean thing in my life, right? But if you look at the whole context of what Nehemiah is talking about, he's saying if the priests are carrying, consecrated food with unclean food, does the unclean food then become consecrated because it touched the unclean food, or does it defile it? And they said, no, it defiles it. And he says, well, then what about if something is, and then he puts it like in the other way. He just flips it around and says it in reverse. And then all of a sudden it's like, now it's a different story. And Nehemiah points it out. He's like, you guys are being hypocrites. Everything here, there's nothing that's unclean in this place. You can call it unclean, but it depends on what you do with it. If he has made it clean, not created it, made. And that those words, I'm sorry to keep throwing so much, I throw a lot of weight on those words, created and made, because they matter. It's a big, big, big difference between created and made. Darkness and evil are created, okay? Peace is made. That's what the scripture says. I'm sorry then. You're going to have to fight with scripture. My argument is over here, right? I can see how we screwed it up. If you don't want to pay attention to it, go ahead and read more books. Keep digging in the sand. Pile up all these letters and numbers and shit behind your names, like as if it means anything. If you ain't out there saving souls and teaching people about our God and how to walk and live in this thing, you got nothing. Don't even charge to come and see you for a seminar. Why would I could go to the garbage dump, dig around in there, I'll get the same thing. Pride, useless pride. Made in. Yeah, you know what they do? I met some last night, actually. When I left after seeing the dead monarch in the road, the sun was going down. I told you I had a vision yesterday. So I'm driving on this. It's called the, is it the 4 mile level or the 3 mile level? I don't know. I got to think now. That's funny. I live here and I can't even remember the name of the road. And it's like a common road, but it's the road, man. Cut through the res, right? Cut through the reservation. But I'm on this road. Sun is at my back. I'm heading east now. Okay. So I'm headed east. And then all of a sudden on the left-hand side, I see a mailbox. And on the mailbox, you want to know what the mailbox number is? 1251. That's the number that was on my speedometer. And then right after I see that, there's these people down in this valley on the left side, and they got a little store set up over there. And as I go by, there's a guy sitting on the porch, and I gave him a couple farts, I call it. When I'm on my motorcycle, I'll drive by and I'll be like, brr, 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 just blap on it really hard a couple times, just kind of like to signal them with the motor. They ain't going to hear what you're saying, but you can let the engine talk, right? And so I go by and the guy waves and I wave to him and I do my farts. And then right after that, a car passes me, it was a white Chevy. You know what's funny? Was that a Caprice Classic? I don't know if they make that anymore, but a white Chevy passes me in the left lane. And on the license plate, it has 4242. And I go, okay, another pattern, turn the ship around, go back. So now I go back and wind up talking to this guy and his wife. We had a 35-minute conversation, probably at least. I know I load a lot into nothing. Like we're barely hitting 30 minutes, and I've taken you all the way, out to other galaxies and back again, explain, nuclear physics and all of that. But it's we've sat there talking for like a long time, and they had been together since they were like 15 years old, and like that's God's number, 15, and that's his hidden number, right? The yod and the hay. So she tells me they've been together, and immediately I said, and you guys have been through some shit, haven't you? And they're like, oh boy. And then the thing is they didn't look at it like, oh yeah, I lost my job 15 times and then she hit 3 deer. It wasn't anything about that. You want to know what they said? Oh, what we put each other through. And why did their relationship live? Because the forgiveness did not go. That's the last thing to go out of a relationship is forgiveness. Once the person can't forgive the other person. And the thing is, as long as one person is still forgiving, the other person might come back. So how do you give up then? That's our God. He knows that he has to forgive all the debt. Like he made this. So whose fault is it? Right? He created this. If he's all knowing and everything, then he's kind of, in a certain way, he's responsible as well, right? We can't take all the blame, but we got to take some of the blame. We have to take our part of it, right? He's given us an assignment. If we don't do that, we're to blame. If we don't, I don't know, right? If we don't do it, Am I still to blame? I don't know. I don't know how to handle that anymore. Somebody's told me that, I'm just a piece of junk, and this doesn't compute into this. But they're talking about how much they had actually put each other through. And I said, but you made it and you stuck it out, huh? And they're like, yeah. And I go, it ain't nothing going to break you apart now. What can it? And I'm like, no. And and so then comes the part where, they're talking about, now comes the male female thing. And I start telling them, I said, you know what? I go, male and female? I go, that was by design, man. And the Greeks detected it, and Jesus piled up on top of it even more, so as to explain this woman thing, right, in Scripture. Because when it talks about, this is what we're fighting against. Okay, you ready? This is what we're battling against. Right here. Okay? That's our battle. This is a son, man. Where's his direction? Up towards God. No deviation, like an arrow, all at one, going up to God. What about the woman then? What's her seed doing? Her seed is connected to the earth. Okay? And because of that, men think and focus like this, right? It's a very good thing. It's where your courage comes from. You're mission oriented, right? And so then, and everything was just set up for me because I am a good teacher. I know that. I know I'm a good teacher. And so, I'm telling about this. And so I go to the back of my bike, and I got like a little trunk on there, I go, men are like this, and I open up the trunk and I go, I'm in here and I'm digging around there. I'm working on this thing and I'm trying to get it fixed. And now here come all the kids. Hey, get out of here. Go away. I'm doing something. Go bother your mom, and I'm telling them all this stuff, go get your mom. And then I go and then I said, and where's mom? Oh yeah. Mom's in the kitchen with a stove with one oven and 4 burners. And it just happens to be Thanksgiving. And in the span time of maybe about 4 hours is going to emerge a turkey and a chicken and maybe a roast and 35 sides and 15 pies. And it's like, how in the hell did she do that? And she's in the house nursing a child, smoking a cigarette, and riding around on a Suzuki while she's doing it, and drinking a cup of coffee somehow. All of it all at once. I go, a woman is like a freaking chaos demon that, if controlled, is the best and most important thing you could ever have in your life. She can make you a great person because they're thinking from every angle that you can imagine. That's a woman's mind. Okay? 100% fear. What is their fear? Can't look ugly, can't appear bad to my man. Everything built on don't hurt my pride. I gotta look good. Even I can't even smell bad. I can't even be a normal human being with some body odor. Spray this, shave that. Yeah, the woman is a pride machine, but there's goodness to it because there is good pride. Pride is not a bad thing if it's used for good reasons. It's when it takes over and causes you to go against this. Okay, that's when it's bad. Pride. And that's, and that was hard, man. I yelled at Ray, pride. How could she have any pride? She didn't even know what evil was. She had no badness in her at all. You're throwing her under the bus before she wanted to be like God. That's what he said. And I was like, oh, no. It was just too much. His hissing, the way it came out of him, I was like, all right, I'm done here. This is pointless. Proverbs. But like I said, I saw a down monarch. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I thought about it as maybe being myself because it was in the right lane. and the setting sun. And that's me. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell to do here. I don't have a PhD. I don't have all this shit to compete with these people. If you guys won't help me out, I don't know what to tell you then. Follow them. Follow your other gods. Follow the gods you served before I showed up. And expect another 2,000 years of beatings or whatever, I guess, right? It's a really weird thing. It's like, this isn't bad what's being asked here. It's just jam packed full of knowledge. It just makes sense. It's like, I think what happens is people want to have the rights to do it their own way. Two. Sure. There are two ways. Your way and his way. Let me ask you something. If you start doing things his way, what happens if somehow the things that you're doing are already his way? Are you doing it his way then or your way? No. You're finding out. What's happening is you're finding out that you're sent. You're finding out that you're sent. You're doing what he already wants to do. And we're all of us are sent. The whole point of washing in that pool, stirring up the waters and everything, it's not about stirring up the tub, all right? He founded it on the seas and established it on the waters. Jesus came to teach that there's two different kinds of water that we get. We either get living water from God, the Lord our God, or we get, bitter water, strife, struggling, and all of that. All of these symbolic teachings, where the water was bitter. How does he cure it? He puts a stick in the thing. Well, what is a stick representative of? A staff. They went through the reed sea. What's the reed sea? The reed is how you measure the temple. How did they go? They went up the narrow path with water piled on each side. They were like literally all of Israel. That was an indication of like a root coming out of dry ground with water piled up on each side. And who got killed? Well, or who died in the matter, right? Who was destroyed? Pharaoh. But there's plenty of places in scripture where you are called Pharaoh or told to not be like Pharaoh. And so what is this firstborn son that dies, right? What is that thing? It's inside of you. It's inside of you. It's your choice. Now you can sacrifice. That choice is going to be sacrificed either way. It's a lamb, and it's going to be obedient to one father or the other. It's either going to be obedient to the father of lies, or it's going to be obedient to Father God. So it's still a lamb that's inside of you. It's going to get sacrificed either way, but who gets to claim the sacrifice? Who is it for? Right? Who is that sacrifice for? And so when Abraham sacrificed his only son, should be a little bit of a clue. How many sons did Abraham actually have? Well, technically, he only had one, because Abraham had one and Abram had the other. But most people will jam those two names together. And so that automatically means right there then that Abraham has more than one son. So that's to kind of back you off from the scriptures and go, wait a minute, I'm reading something wrong here. The scriptures aren't wrong. They were right when they were written. They haven't changed, except for translations and chopping out words. Oh man, I've lost my mind over this word "et." It's the word. The word itself is the first and the last. I think that I think you know how Jesus, they say that Jesus was trying to force the diaspora or the whatever the perpetua, whatever it is, the coming of the Messiah. He was trying to force that and wasn't actually the right person, so that's why it failed supposedly. We've had so many failed messiahs, it ain't even funny. And I half the time I wonder if these goofballs aren't like trying to see if God will show up by tempting tragedy and fate, where then God will show up and fix it, right? And it's like, are you kidding me? If you do that, you're definitely going down, because it's not good. You do not tempt the Lord, because he forms light, creates darkness, makes peace, creates evil. He does everything, and if you can't tempt him. He just gives it to you. When it says the Lord can't be tempted, he isn't tempted. You ask, he gives, he serves. You have to be careful of what you ask for. What you ask and pray for doesn't only have to be with your hands together, right? It could be with your hands doing the things that you say. That's actually what the book of Revelation is really about. It's about what you do, not about waiting for a monster to come out of the that monster to come out of the sea might as well be you. The monster that came out of the sea is this book and Moses. All right. Is that bad? I don't know. Are you buying and selling, or do you give freely? Do you try and weigh everything out? Like to say, I want to give them grace, but it has been is that, how many times is that? 7 times 7, 70 times 7 is 490. So it's like, are you sitting here with that little thing in your pocket, like when they count cars going into a parking lot, Okay, 492. Yeah, hey, you two guys, sorry, you got to go to hell. you know, it's like, really? It's not what it's about. It's there is, there is no limits on grace. How much can you have, and do you understand the importance of it? Do you realize what happens when you send somebody off angry? They don't have anybody to talk to. They don't know who to talk to, and they're just stewing and burning, and they're literally on fire, waiting to explode. That's what you did. And then these people wind up losing their minds and going sitting up on top of buildings and whatever, because they just want to lash out and take revenge, because they're like, nobody's hearing what they said, or somebody sent them off offended for wrong reason. You know, it's like this book is designed to include everybody, right down to sinners. Okay. In Psalms 1, when it says, do not stand in the way of sinners, you should take that to mean don't get in their way. Don't touch them, right? Don't look at them too hard. Let them go. If they're destined for the fire, and they don't look like they're suffering enough to where you can show up and go, hey, let me give you some love, man. You can't do it that way. Here's why, you know. um, yeah, I know what's happening here. It's like I have fallen in love with our God. I can clearly see him everywhere, in everything around us, even in each other. And I'm trying to figure out how to explain that or get people to have that feeling. And maybe it just doesn't come that way. It's a spirit that you get, you know. Nothing can stop you now. Nothing can stop any of us. The only thing that stops you is death. That's how the Lord finishes things off. If you're alive, you must have a purpose. You know, it's like if you're alive and breathing, there's a purpose for you. And I have to keep telling myself that. It's like, all right. But it's like these days are just dragging on, and they're not fun. They're not fun. And I totally feel the plight now of the little guy that, you know, he found something, the gold or whatever, you know. Laura Story, I think it was, had a song that she sang that kind of reminded me of myself. He cries in the corner where nobody sees. He's the boy with the story no one will believe. That's me. How long will mockers delight in mockery and fools hate knowledge? And it's like right there, hate knowledge. If the person's a fool, why would you send them to school? They're not going to learn anything. What you need to explain to them is knowledge is what comes out of your hands. Okay? So look, fool, if you do that, you're going to learn something. That's the knowledge, okay? Don't hate what you could learn, right? And if you get sick of, you know, chopping off fingers, burning this, you know, that kind of thing, injuries, then let me tell you, somebody's already done all this already. You don't have to suffer. Just do it like so, okay? And that's how easy it is. Well, what do we do? No. Must serve the Lord. Read the book 50 million times. Go to church. Yell at those people down the street who are not doingly accordingly to the bookingly. Book them. And that's what we do. You ever been hit with a King James? I was born. I was holding a King James when I came out of my mother's womb. She had a hell of a time. All them edges and everything, you know, it's, yeah. So I had it like this. They're like, So, yeah, but see me, I want to make sure it's not a breach of contract birth. How long will you love? How long will you simple ones love your simple ways? But love is simple. How long will you simple ones love your simple ways? How funny. It sounds like you're picking on somebody, but it's not. It's complimenting somebody. How long will you simple ones love your simple ways? You'll love them forever. As children, right? Come to me as children. Love is a very simple word. It only has 4 letters. How long will mockers delight in mockery? And the reason why those are paired up together is because simple is compared to mockers. You know, it's not saying that the person's doing something wrong. This whole thing is not griping at you, it's to teach you. If you had responded to my rebuke, I would have poured out my heart to you. Oh, what does that mean? I'm going to cry for you. No, I'm going to give you my heart. If you have my heart, then you'll understand evil, I guess, which goes beyond understanding almost. And I poured out my heart to you and made my thoughts known to you. So if it's in your heart, it comes out. How's it known? It comes out of your hands. Made known to you. But since you rejected me when I called, and no one gave heed when I stretched out my hand, since you ignored all my advice and would not accept my rebuke, I in turn will laugh at your disaster. Remember, that's Lady Wisdom. I don't laugh at anybody. I just cry a lot. I know how to sigh and moan for the things that happen in the city. It's so incredible because we think that this city is this is the city right here. This is the teaching of peace. Jerusalem. I, in turn, huh? That's interesting because when she gets in you, you think she's laughing at you, but that could be as much as what a fool says, right? I, in turn, will laugh at your disaster. Who did the disaster come from? The Lord. Who sent it? The Lord. Who's laughing at it? The fool. I will mock when calamity overtakes you. Well, calamity never overtakes, so the mocking is justified. When calamity overtakes you like a storm, when disaster sweeps over you like a whirlwind, when distress and trouble overwhelm you. And so it's like right there, I should go, when stress and trouble overwhelm you, I am so overwhelmed. But the stress and trouble isn't mine, it's everybody else's. So then what do I do? How do I then they will call to me, but I will not answer. It's like, they will look for me, but will not find me. Do you realize Jesus said that? You will look for me, and I will not be found. Remember, he was the Word. He's called the Word, and the Word is a woman. The Word is a woman. The Torah. Or is the Word a son? It's like they are as one flesh, the spirit of the Son and the wisdom of the Word, the Torah. But that doesn't mean that the Son is going to emerge as a good child. That's why the Satan waits to see what's going to pop up. I haven't even made it an hour and I'm like ready to fall asleep. It's just, this is destroying me. Proverbs. He holds victory in store for the upright. He is a shield to those whose walk is blameless. I thought, and that gets me in here too, righteousness. None are righteous, but yet the prayers, of a righteous man avail much. Well, then what is that? How do you reconcile that? Was he lying? Was it speaking to the people, in general? Was it a global statement, like to alleviate the idea that someone has the right to, judge somebody else? Maybe we're all in the same boat. I mean, obviously it was written for a reason and with purpose, and I don't feel that there were mistakes made, and We're not reading it right. We're reading it out of context with a lot of, indwelt pride and entitlement. I mean, are you entitled? If you walk according to this word, yeah, you're entitled to expect a certain gift to come from God because he doesn't lie, right? Um, does that make it the prosperity gospel? No, because I would just, you know, gently point out that you happen to be amongst unclean people in an unclean place, and if therefore you've seen the eyes of God, then you should expect that you're doomed. Yeah, don't worry about it. That's shut your mouth. You're okay. You're saved, but you're still here, right? For he guards the course of the just. He's not sitting there fending people off for you. The just walk by faith, faith in this, and protects the way of his faithful one. Yeah, there you go. For he guards the course of the just and protects the way of his faithful ones. It's just more of the same. Then you will understand what is right and just and fair. Every good path, every good path, right and just and fair, every good path. Yeah. Eternity. On the 24th day of the 11th month, the month of Shabbat, in the second year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Zechariah, son of Berechiah, the son of Idu. The son of Idu. Idu. A nice midday nap. I think what'll happen is one of these times I'm just going to fall asleep and I just won't wake up ever again. It's kind of chill when you think about it, you know? I get to die like, what was his name? I forget. Rutger Hauer in Blade Runner. During the night, I had a vision. And this is night to me now out here. This is, and even Mark Twain, he said something about writing about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or something. The guy who wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, he said, all of us have a where each of us is a moon and we have a dark side. And it's kind of like each of us is a moon, but we reflect the great light, how it is that we understand it. If the great light goes out, what are we going to reflect? Darkness. Evil and darkness. During the night, I had a vision, and there before me was a man riding a red horse. He was standing amongst the myrtle trees in a ravine. Behind him were red, brown, and white horses. I asked, "What are these, my lord?" The angel who was talking with me answered, "I will show you what they are." Then the man standing among the myrtle trees explained, "They are the ones the Lord has sent out throughout the earth." And they reported to the angel of the Lord, who was standing among the myrtle trees, "We have gone throughout the earth and have found the whole world at rest and at peace." Okay. Then the angel of the Lord said, "Lord Almighty, how long will you withhold mercy from Jerusalem?" Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you catch what just happened there? Hang on a minute. Then the angel of the Lord spoke to the Lord. Almighty. All mighty. All. A-L-L mighty. All. I do all these things. Darkness, evil, peace, light. All of them. Lord Almighty is saying, like talking about a fullness of, okay, good and evil got to all come to be reconciled. That's the divided time. Okay, that's a divided time. That's like a day is a divided time. It's dark and then light. Okay, bad, and then we figure it out, and then we go good, and then what? We screw it up, and we head back into bad again. And we eat another apple. We bite off of another tree. What tree might you bite off of that you wish you never did? RNA technology, maybe? Could be. Then the man standing among the myrtle trees. Now, the fact that it's a myrtle tree, myrtle, it's a myrtle tree. That's just compared to the tree, knowledge of tree of good and evil, tree of life, all those things. What does the name myrtle mean in Hebrew? The word that's used for myrtle. But look at where he is. He's in the myrtle trees in a ravine. So again, he's in the place, same place as David, when King David is and his boys, we talked about this yesterday. King David is marching along, and there's somebody that doesn't like what he did, Shimshari, and he's saying, the Lord has sent me to rebuke you. And he's up on this hill walking along David, and his guys are down in the ravine walking, and he's pummeling and throwing dirt and rocks on him, and stones and dirt. He's trashing them. And what does David say? David's like, he said the Lord sent him. I can't do anything about him then. The Lord's going to have to take care of that. We either, maybe the Lord has sent him, right? If he says that he came in the name of the Lord, that's it. I come in the name of the Lord is like a white flag. I come in the name of the Lord. I'm not here for you or your enemies. Peace treaty, white flag. Okay. But the angel of the Lord says to Lord Almighty, how long will you withhold mercy from Jerusalem and from the towns of Judah? And it's like, it's so crazy because mercy is a kind of partiality, right? Mercy is withholding what it is that you're supposed to actually get. So in reality, it is a kind of partiality. But he's asking for it. How long will you withhold mercy? This might or might not be good what's going to happen here, because just because it says withholding mercy, it might be good for him to beat you. But look at that, 70 years. 70 years. There's another 70. And so what is that 70? Is that when you've been angry, because, Jesus says to forgive people 70 times 7. And that's what it says at the beginning in Daniel. 7 sevens have been decreed. Sevens have been decreed. Therefore, I'm sorry. How long will you withhold mercy? So the Lord spoke kind and comforting words to the angel who talked with me. So the Lord and the angel of the Lord that's there is actually talking to the Lord now. So the Lord spoke kind and comforting words to the angel who talked with me. Then the angel who was speaking to me said, proclaim this word. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I am very jealous for Jerusalem and Zion. Two completely different things and places. Two absolutely, absolutely, completely different places. Okay? Um, I was trying to read the comments. There's just so much in here. Him being in the ravine, that's in the valleys. That's like staff and rod place going on there. Proclaim this word. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I'm very jealous for Jerusalem and Zion. Jerusalem means teaching of peace. Zion is like trashing you. Zion would be uh, God beating you out of dry ground to get you out of there. That's why they came out of Egypt that way. They had to. And going through the Reed Sea would be like, if you're measured, by the reeds, it's kind of like they were walking unmeasured, not on one side or the other, just not veering left or right, straight up the middle. I am very jealous for Jerusalem and Zion, but I am very angry with the nations that feel secure. I was only a little angry, but they added to the calamity. Yeah, don't push our Lord around, right? Therefore, this is what the Lord says: I will return to Jerusalem with mercy, and there my house will be rebuilt. And the measuring line will be stretched out over Jerusalem, declares the Lord Almighty. The measuring line stretched out over the book. Proclaim further, this is what the Lord Almighty says: my towns will again overflow with prosperity, and the Lord will again comfort Zion. See, Zion means desolate place. So the Lord will comfort Zion, those in a hard place, and choose Jerusalem. Four horns and the four craftsmen. This is going to refer to four spirits, the winds, even the four horse riders. Then I looked up before me, and there were four horns. I asked the angel who was speaking to me, what are these? He answered me, these are the horns that scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. So they're the four horses, the winds even, right? Just the spirits that, the Lord's Spirit in an undefined state that's running at night, doing what it does, but continually. Then the Lord showed me four craftsmen. I asked, what are these coming to do? He answered, these are the horns that scattered Judah so that no one could raise his head. Embarrassment, right? You're stumbling. Without the law, you're stumbling. But the craftsmen have come to terrify them and throw down these horns of the nations who lifted up their horns against the land of Judah to scatter its people. So to terrify them, fear the Lord good. Then I looked up, and there before me was a man with a measuring line in his hand. I asked, where are you going? He answered me, to measure Jerusalem. That's interesting. To measure Jerusalem. To test the word, that's to live the word. To measure Jerusalem. Yeah. Yeah. Where are you going? He answered, to measure Jerusalem, to find out how wide and how long it is. Then the angel who was speaking to me left, and another angel came to meet him and said to him, run, tell that young man Jerusalem will be a city without walls because of the great number of men and livestock in it. That's to say that the teaching of peace is going to affect everybody in the entire world. This book, this is the heavy stone, the stumbling block that we're given, right? This book is that thing. That's what this is. And I myself will be a wall. Oh, there you go, right there. And I myself will be a wall of fire around it. Exactly. Truth. And that's what it is. It's like if you've ever seen in a diagram, like on a network diagram, a router looks like a circle with an X through it. And the X is the Tav. That's the truth. And it would be encircled with fire. The only way to get through it is you have to be tested by fire in and out, both ways. That's why the two witnesses have fire coming out of their mouth, and they can only kill or be killed in the same way by their preaching. If they faulty preach, false prophet, they're going to bring destruction upon themselves. You don't have to do anything. False prophets abound. There's plenty of people out there that don't know what in the hell's going on. Places just jam-packed full of them. Look at it. Does it look like it's right to you? I will be a wall of fire around it, declares the Lord, and I will be its glory within. Because you can't get through it unless you. Wow. This is too much. Come, come, flee from the land of the north, declares the Lord. For I have scattered you to the four winds of heaven, declares the Lord. Oh, no. Flee from the land of the north. Bad idea. Come, O Zion, escape, you who live in the daughter of Babylon. Oh, it's for everybody. This is grace. Come, O Zion, escape, you who live in the daughter of Babylon. Now that's, if you live in Zion, then you live in the daughter of Babylon. It's a dry, parched place. There's no water. There's no word. There's no law, and has sent me again. Interesting. Interesting. Do not touch it. After he has honored me, for I have scattered you to the four winds of heaven. Yeah. After he has honored me and sent me against the nations. But to be sent against, that could be Jerusalem being sent against the nations, the word even. That have plundered you, for whoever touches you touches the apple of his eye. I will surely raise my hand against them, so that their slaves will plunder. Right there, they're slaves. See, and this is talking about law. Your slaves are your workers of your law. You got a bad law, eat you from the inside out. Your slaves will. Yeah, Lord Almighty means you might have some bad coming. Working from both sides of the sword. Shout and be glad, O daughter of Zion, for I am coming, and I will live among you, declares the Lord. Many nations will be joined with the Lord in that day. Many, many. This isn't talking about, this is saying evil will be joined to the Lord in that day. Many nations will be joined with the Lord in that day and will become my people. And this is just, see, this is when it says that everybody will know the Lord, that's the end game. Everybody already knows the Lord. But what are you doing? Do you know him for death or do you know him for life? Right? Whatever you do is knowing. Fuck, this is so retardedly stupid, simple. I can't believe this went on for 2,000 years, man. When it comes time to cry, we're going to feel like such morons. They feel like such morons for what we have done because people can't understand a book. Look at it in pride. Now I'm entitled. I can go out and beat people up because God's going to be on my side. Try that. See how that works out for you. Many nations will be joined with me, with the Lord in that day, and will become my people. I will live among you, and you will know that I am the Lord Almighty, has sent me to you. The Lord will inherit Judah. That's where the lions are, as his portion in the Holy Land, and will again choose Jerusalem. Be still before the Lord, all mankind, before he has roused himself from his holy dwelling. Ugh. I know. Almost did it. Put the straw in your mouth and then tip the cup like you're going to drink it. Pour it all over yourself. I am unscathed. Clean garments for the high priest. That's what I'm waiting for. I need to be cleaned up. Then he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right side to accuse him. Satan standing at his right side to accuse him. The Lord, that's not the angel of the Lord, the Lord's. He's got like, they're in a group there, there's three of them. So if Joshua's standing and Satan is at his right side, that's saying that Joshua and Satan are lined up to each other, but the Lord is behind them. And see, that whole accusing each other, whatever, you might as well lump Satan and Joshua in as one pile, because that's how Christians see the judgment. You're going to be judged for everything that you've done, right? That's what that Satan next to him is for, right? The Lord rebuke you, Satan. Okay. The Lord said to Satan, the Lord rebuke you, Satan. The Lord who has chosen Jerusalem. Which Lord? Is that Adonai by any chance? Is that where they call Adonai meaning God? No. And it's even funny that's the name, Ad and I. It's like, don't poke your eye out. All these names are ridiculous. The Zechariah, the son of I'd do. The book of Job, which is about Satan's Job. Uh, wow. The Lord who has chosen Jerusalem rebuke you. He's saying the Son of Man who has chosen rebuke you. So like Adonai, your Lord that's within you. Is not this man a burning stick snatched from the fire? That's literally like a staff, like someone with a staff, like as can be a good thing. Now Joshua was dressed in filthy clothes as he stood before the angel. Then he said to Joshua, see, I have taken away your sin, and I will put rich garments on you. Then I said, put a clean turban on his head. So they put a clean turban on his head. Yeah. The angel of the Lord gave this charge to Joshua. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Lord Almighty. So all these phrases are not, they're the same, but they're not. When it says Lord Almighty, it's referring to the Lord in a specific context, like as the Lord that can work through good and evil, which is a given, but it says his name that way because he's going to say something that appends to it, or to it, right? This is what the Lord Almighty says: if you walk in my ways and keep my requirements. So what is he saying? If you walk in my ways and keep my requirements, he's almighty. There is no way to not walk in his ways, because there's two different ways. One of them is hard and one of them is not. And keep my requirements. Now he's adding to it now. And keep my requirements. You have no choice. You're always walking in his ways. Those are his paths. The Lord has already put them out there. You want to walk a rocky, stumbling path and beat yourself up all the way? That's up to you. Let me show you a smooth one, right? Let me show you an easy path. If, every time if, it's a gold mine because God can't lie. If you will walk in my ways and keep my requirements, then that's like a program, computer program. If then. Do you have faith? Do you really trust this book? Do you live 100% by this book? Go like this. Yes, you do. Even when you sin, you're just getting the blessing instead of the curse, but you're still getting the promise. You're still a son of a promise. It's just not the promise that you want. If you will walk in my ways, and what does that mean? Is that someplace out in outer space somewhere in heaven with big golden arches and it's I must be hungry. I'm the Burger King with them. You can leave them in your car for like a week, and somehow they're still just they work. They're hard, but they still taste good, man. The ketchup is all dried up, and the pickles all nasty. You know, it's like it's hard as a rock, and it's like, but it's like, and the outside of the bun at that point's even got a crunch to it. But it's something about them burgers, man. I have charge of my courts, and I will give you a place among these standing here. But who? I will give you a place amongst those standing here, all of them. You will be as Lord, angel of the Lord. Yes, you'll be like all of them because you keep those commandments. That's how you have the place amongst the elders, I guess, to be a pillar. Listen, O high priest Joshua. Okay, there it is. He just called him a priest. And your associates seated before you, who are men. Sons of men is what he just said right there. Sons of men, the men before you. 3. Sons of men. Who are men symbolic of things to come. That's his fruit. Men. In other words, he's bearing all male fruit. From who? The woman that's inside him. That choice to do that. If he's bearing children, it's got to come from a woman. It's inside. Oh, wow, man. Fuck this thing up royal. God, please. Don't let this be just for me. And I know it's not just for me. I know it's not just for me. It's for everybody. But if they can't see it, you pray. How do I pray against the things that you say that you want to be? You want them to be blind and not seeing. Really? I can't serve you that way. And your kingdom isn't built. What encouragement do we have to build the city? None. None. We're dead in the water. Literally. Drowning. Help us, Father, please. And if it's not the time yet, I apologize and I'm very sorry for being anxious. I know I'm not supposed to be anxious. Anxiety is not going to cure anything, but my heart aches for these people. Please answer my prayers. Listen, O high priest Joshua, and your associates seated before you, who are men symbolic of things to come. How can men be symbolic of things to come? Sons of men. That's what the woman bears, sons. Some get snatched to heaven. Some, the devil says, I'll take them for my team. I'll use those. And what did Jesus say? I am the vine, you are the branches. Front of Joshua, there are 7 eyes on that one stone. 7 eyes on one stone. I mean, what do people, what was it? Oh, I know what it was. What an idiot. All right. I need to get out of here. I'm going to go take a break because I'm sad. Yeah. A stone with 7 eyes in it. That wasn't a stone. It was a potato. But you could be somewhere else instead. But I wish you weren't so insecure. Trying to squeeze blood from in a stone. You treat it like a race, but I just got to have my own space. I want you just to go away. I want you in my bed, but you could be somewhere else instead. You wake me trying to, but I wish you weren't so insecure. An open letter. An open letter. An open letter.
Imagine eternity, a small piece of it we will see. Another people who don't know laughter, just hiding for what comes after. Sometimes it gets me, but then it gets me. Sometimes people mistake, seeking the ultimate majesty. Some human fantasy. Heaven is a human need. Heaven is a human need. Heaven is a human need. Imagine the afterlife. Will it be there when you see your wife? Maybe you will see my face. Or I might go to another place. Sometimes it gets me, but then it gets me. Sometimes people mistake, seeking the ultimate majesty. Some human fantasy. Heaven is a human need. Heaven is a human need. Heaven is a human need. Imagine what hell must be. Hell must be. Feel no tension cannot agree. To do his points for mistakes you've made. I wonder what's a passing grade. Sometimes it gets me. Heaven is a human need. Heaven is a human need. Heaven is a human need. same. I don't understand, and I don't think I'm the only one. I don't understand, thinking to stay or leaving on. To do in a fight, one is wrong, so one must be right. One place where we live, no viable alternative. I don't understand, and I don't think I'm the only one. I don't understand, taking a stand or leaving one. Random acts make no sense, a tragic order of events. One world,
And that part of that song kills me. Two Jews in a fight. One's wrong, one must be right. Oh, man. I mean, can you see it? Two Jews in a fight. One's wrong, one must be right. It's kind of like, no, they're both wrong. Two Jews in a fight. That's like an abomination. Where were we? I feel crowded on this chair. If I take the air conditioning down, I don't have to take it down per se, but if I box it up, cover it up, and do all that, it'll be 90 degrees the next day, I guarantee. That's how it works for me. Whenever I seem to plan in one direction, it just goes the opposite way every time. I just want to embrace it and let's go. The two olive trees is Zechariah number 4. We started right at 1, right? Because I opened it up right there. So, yeah, this has turned into Zechariah time. Then the angel who talked with me returned. See, this should be diagrammed out. Okay, so then the angel who talked with me returned, because is that his Adonai that the Lord is speaking to? You know what I mean? Because he's saying, okay, see, all right, so angel returned and wakened me. As, yeah, that little tiny word right there, as someone like a son of man, someone as a son of man. Everything in this book is about imaging, creating characters and names that go along with it. It's complex and not, all at the same time. As a man is wakened from sleep. Okay. What kind of sleep? Look up, do a word study, check out some time during the somewhere where the things go into deep sleeps, right? Adam was in a deep sleep. Abraham was put into a deep sleep. A lot of interesting things happen for these deep sleeps. And that's even some of what Paul's talking about. People that are asleep in Christ. Remember, we live to the Lord or we die to the Lord. These people that are asleep in Christ may actually be alive. What he's saying is that Christ that's inside them has not been awakened, right? They don't understand the concept of the Son of Man and what Jesus came to teach us. It's in there. Wake up. He asked me, "What do you see?" I answered, "I see a solid gold lampstand with a bowl at the top and 7 lights on it." I could describe this in so many different ways. It could be a stick with a bowl at the top and seven that's how I envision it, 7 lights on it, like around it. With 7 channels to the lights. Okay, so now I see a bowl with oil or something in it, and it's feeding to these lamps, which is that's like that would be man, that's a great vision because it's like remember 7 is God's number of completion. The fires or the lamps, those are like spirits, right? And all of all is coming through the Lord, but it's tweaked out. He's proportioning it out, in 7, right? What are the 7 spirits? You know, counsel and might. They're not the same thing, right? Counsel and might, now you can take those 7 spirits and you can see that even those are individual in nature. Counsel means I'm listening to counsel. Might is saying I'm going to lacking counsel. I'm going to trust that I have the power given to me, that spirit to power through anyway. Always the sword dividing. One side of obedience, the other side of just our Lord still loves you. He's going to put you through the process anyway. We'll see how it turns out. All right. Everybody's loved by our God. All right. Nobody's spared. So I see a solid gold lampstand with a bowl at the top and 7 lights on it, with 7 channels to the lights. There are also 2 olive trees by it. Interesting. A good one and a bad one? One on the right of the bowl and one, a good one and a bad one on the right and one on the left. And that's exactly it. See, what do we get as Christian teachings say, goats on the left, sheep on the right. And all of a sudden the goats don't count. It's like, I'm sorry, God didn't create half a creation and then decide, forget the rest. Everything counts. And so you have these 7 bowls that then feed. So these 7 spirits actually even affect both sides, exactly as I said. Works. In other words, your works will lead you down a specific path, right? The wages of sin are death. What if you just by nature didn't sin? But all men sin. Okay, shut up. Go away. What if by nature you didn't sin? What if you were like what Paul talked about, those who do the works of the law, right? What happens then? Are you missing something, or do you need anything? Those 7 spirits are working in you. Well, what happens if you're the bad guy? Are those spirits working then? Sure. Knowledge and understanding. Knowledge is working. Understanding is you're going to figure it out. What's the knowledge you want on one side, right? Is it his knowledge of him, or do you want understanding? You want to figure it out on your own so that then you can understand. But what happened? You gain knowledge. It's just you got it through understanding. Knowledge. This is beautiful. Anyway, so left and right. I asked the angel who talked with me, "What are these, my Lord?" He answers, this is kind of funny. Okay. So since we know good and evil, and if every man sins, we actually do good and evil, right? Now remember, those spirits come from a specific place. And when it knows you, then you know them. So look at what it's almost like the angel is like, are you kidding me? He's saying, do you not know what these are? In other words, what? You don't do good and evil? No, my lord, I replied. So he said to me, this is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel, not by might nor by power. Oh, look at that. It even said it in there. And I brought that up. Oh, he's so all over me. Creepy. Oh. Not by might nor by power, but by my spirit, says who? Almighty. Almighty. And now let's talk about dinosaurs. Oh, yeah. I mean, interesting about dinosaurs. They said that they existed millions of years ago and they went extinct. However, we do have some eyewitness accounts of dinosaurs that actually lived. And that would be provided that Marco Polo isn't just a game that you play when you're to Tyrannosaurus Rex to the T. And yeah. So I think dinosaurs, who cares about dinosaurs? You want to know what I care about? This, and you, Mr. Dinosaur Guy, this is what I care about. You see this book here? This dinosaur right here? Let's talk about dinosaurs. This dinosaur has started a war on the other side of the planet. How do you feel about that dinosaur? I think it's still alive. Wait a minute. There's a beast that we're supposed to worry about. Oh, that's right. Napoleon said that. The Bible is no mere book, but a living creature against which all who oppose it will be destroyed. Yeah. Don't worry about God. Let's just look at all the kindness and the psychological things that are in here then. You'll appreciate those because they count for you according, in this book, right? This book, you count in this book. Don't you understand that? It's a very simple process. This man, Jesus, explained it. There's two fathers. And when I see you, I've seen your father. Everybody thinks when you've seen me, you've seen the Father. Whoa, God. Yeah, okay, what about the rest of us? Make his teachings count for you too. So when I see you and what you do, the son always does as his father does. So if I see you being whatever, expletives, enter, said, depraved comments, yeah, like that, well, then I know who your father is. And then what am I supposed to do? Well, since you're on another team and I serve a different father, I can't judge you if I'm following the teachings of Jesus. So I have to just get away from you. I can't point fingers. I can't bother you, nothing. I got to wait for the God that I believe in to beat you up because of your own sins. And then you'll come running to me going, all right, you're right. I can't walk on water. And you'll figure it out that way. No, the old man is preaching. You just don't like it. You are a slave to truth. This right here. And you know what? It promises blessings and curses. And it even comes with programming statements. It has an if-then statement in here everywhere. And it's amazing how, if you were to read those statements, you might agree with me that, that 178 IQ points have decided, along with Napoleon, this book, we had better respect it, if nothing else. Because apparently, at least on the other side of the world, the word is God, just as it's written. It's also written that someone with a great sword will take peace from the earth. That's what these goofballs don't realize is this is the sword that will take peace. Even the book warns of itself. They were smart enough to write that warning right in there. And what do? Walk around and tear people apart with it. Bad plan. Bad plan. This old man, he has book, saw the pandemic before it took. And he saw in the scriptures what we should do, screamed and yelled till he was blue. in the face of tragedy, screaming shit that they couldn't see. And he warned them about something called reality. Go and try and transcend. If you can. Yeah, yeah. Transcend reality. These teachings are really intricate. They're like the nuts and bolts of what this place runs on. And when you can respect it, you'll go far. I bought these Italian tires and Pirellis. In the dry, they're okay, but like in the rain, snow, forget it. And when they go flat, they go wop, 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 wop. When you're going down the road, it's crazy. I see a solid gold lampstand with a bowl at the top. That's God pouring in the oil. 7 lights on it. That's 7 spirits and 2 olive trees. One on the left. Do you not know what these are? The angel's like saying, of course you do. To know is to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's being explained in this book is when it talks about like knowing, like people say, do you know the Lord? You should be able to tell by what it is that they do, whatever their works are. If they're doing what the Lord would do, then they are knowing the Lord, and the Lord is knowing them. Like when a man knows a woman and she has fruit, well, when the Lord knows you, people will see that very same fruit. That's the Son doing as the Father does. Simple. Way simple. Do you not know? Of course you know. And that's the strange thing is that that's what we're supposed to be trying to teach people. All you Jewish folks out there, that's what we're supposed to be trying to teach. That's how we're supposed to be a blessing to the world, okay? We're supposed to teach people about an unbreakable law that applies to everybody, whether they want it to believe it or not. It's called the truth. It's amazing that it's been written down and even demonstrated through history if you believe all this stuff actually happened. And then everybody will know the Lord. See, as it stands right now, the Lord knows everybody because he works through the forces of light and dark. So he knows everybody, but some people, because they don't know him, they're serving a God they don't know. They might be doing good, they might be doing bad. It just depends on them, right? How well is the stumbling process taking hold? Are they figuring it out? You know, did did maybe the greatest teacher of all time show them up and say any time will do, and then suddenly 2,000 years later they're wondering where in the hell God is? He's inside us, all of us, including you. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be here. Do you not know what these are? No. So he said to me, this is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel. Not by might or by power, but by my spirit, says the Lord Almighty. What are you, O mighty mountain? Before Zerubbabel, you will become level ground. Wow. Who is he saying this about Zerubbabel? Wow, Zerubbabel is like, I don't know. That's like getting a Grammy or something, you know? What was just said right there. What are you, O mighty mountain? Before Zerubbabel, you will become level ground. Now that's like, that could be as a priest teaching about God just to make things plain and easy to see, right? All the way to, if you're that kind of a priest, Jerusalem is the teaching of peace. And if that's who you are, your enemy's coming up against that mountain, don't touch the mountain. That's all I got to say. You'll become level ground. Then he will bring out the capstone. Oh, nice. God bless it. Look at God bless it. God bless it. He doesn't say Lord bless it, Lord bless it. God bless it. God bless it. Elohim, the many. Us. The Elohim. You know, I struggle now when I read the beginning of the book because it says, in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth, and now the earth is destroyed. And what we don't realize is that's the end of the story. We're catching the very end of the story that we tack on at the end of Revelation again. And it just cycles through. And what's happening right now? Elohim created the heavens and the earth. That's us. What's missing? We didn't do anything to the heavens. We can't. But the earth, oh yeah. Now the earth is darkness, destroyed, destruction. And how are we doing it? Because we're trying to create heaven instead of appreciating how it's already been made, I guess, right? Whew. We're hurting so bad. Are we hurting? God bless it. God bless it. Then the word of the Lord came to me. The hands of Zerubbabel. And what does Zerubbabel mean? Now that it puts it like that, the hands of Zerubbabel? Zerubbabel? Babel? Reverse Babel. It's got Babel in it. Yeah. I should learn me some Hebrew, huh? If I could get all these little words, I'd be able to piece it together, because that's what it is. It's all built out of little pieces of dust. The hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this temple. His hands will also complete it. Then you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. Who despises the day? See? Who despises the day of small things? Right there. Right there. Men will rejoice when they see the plumb line in the hand of Zerubbabel, the small things. The dust. These 7 are the eyes of the Lord which range throughout the earth. Then I asked the angel, what are these 2 olive trees on the right and left of the lampstand? Let me see if the angel told him. Let me see if the angel if that's actually kind of in there, right? Do you not know what these are? No, my Lord. So he said to me, he told him what they were. Not by might or power or the Spirit of the Lord. And the Spirit of the Lord works from 2 sides. Everything counts, even the least of these, just like Jesus was talking about. Okay? What are these 2 olive trees? Again, I asked him, what are these 2 olive branches beside? Wait, then I asked the angel, what are these 2 olive trees on the right and left of the lampstand? Again, I asked him, what are these two olive branches? So now, in case you ain't getting it, now the trees actually turn into branches actually hanging right off of the pipe. Okay. Beside the two gold pipes that pour out golden oil. He replied, do, do you not know what these are? I found that in the book of Revelations too, when he says, Sir, you know, okay? Sir, you know. Pay attention to that word know. When a man knows a woman, you know what happened? F-U-C-K. And that's what we have done to ourselves because we don't look at the word know in this book in the right way. Any of it. It has turned into a freaking, this is a tragedy of all tragedies. To take God's holy word and use it as a weapon against people, that is iniquity. Wow. Shit. You know. Did he quit? Did he just give up? Let me see. Do you not know what these are? No, my Lord, I said. So he said, these are the two who are anointed to serve the Lord of all the earth. The Christ and the Antichrist. Good and evil. Day and night. As covenants, even. Who's the Lord of all the earth? What does he do? I form light, I create darkness. I make peace, I create evil. Okay? Those are two different things. One side is created, the other side is works, forming and making. What is create? What is the first step of creation? Right here. You know? Unless you know, I don't know what you're playing. Pick up sticks, right? That's how you create that game. But ultimately, nothing exists until it moves from a spirit, a thought, to an action. Okay? That portion of the thing is evil because you're creating something. That is Satan appearing as an angel of light. Well, what happens then after that? Is he just there to accuse you, and you're like, piss off, eat my shit? I ain't done nothing, and you know it. You got nothing on me, nothing. Can you say that? Or are you like, uh-oh? All right. Two sides, a staff and a rod. Cut the baby in half, okay? These are the two who are anointed to serve the Lord of all the earth. All the earth. The flying scroll. Oh, yeah, here we go. Now, this is really great. The flying scroll. Hold on a minute. Here, we're going to take care of the flying scroll right now. You ready? You're going to love this. Here, let's get rid of the flying. You know, I haven't even had any breakfast yet. Here. I'll show you what I think of the flying scroll, okay? Let me watch this up. The flying scroll.
spit them out when I am interested. Money's not what it's about. I just got to get it out quickly. I know what it's for. You don't want to be no more. I cannot bring to life my wants. I'm an idiot or a savant. Some things come naturally. Some things have no fee. Some will say my life is a mess. Well, they do their jobs. I do this. I know what it's for. I don't wanna be no whore. You're all looking for like one person in one country. Oh, America's the mystery Babylon. No, it's wow. Don't be so quick to just like write off the idea that maybe we ain't all in the same boat here. All right? Yeah. How do you feel about that then, Captain of 50? Here. This is how I feel about the flying scroll. You ready? This is Princess Blackheart. She's a cutie, but you notice she's okay. She's got her legs crossed. That's like one of the best things you can do. All right. So here, this is what I think about the flying scroll. And just off of that title, I wonder if somehow the flying scroll might not mean Jesus coming with the clouds, like the flying word. I don't know. What do you think? I think, Lord, this calls for heavy drink. May reverence be justified. It's got a nice coconutty flavor. I made the mistake of I got the spiced instead of the coconut because I thought it would. Nah, it was stupid. It was just nasty. Anyway, so now that one sits, and then I'll use that for something else. You know. Yeah. You can use that for all kinds of things. Making cookies, make some rum balls or something like that. You know. Anyway. The flying scroll. Just the fact that they title this thing Flying Scroll. You know, what is a scroll? Okay, ultimately, when what it's going to come down to, when heaven is rolled away like a scroll, that's what you're going to see. This. You're gonna roll this up in your heaven. You're going to stick into a bookshelf somewhere because it's as much of it as you're going to see in this place. I looked again, and there before me was a flying scroll. He asked me, "What do you see?" I answered, "I don't know," right? I guess usual, right? I see a flying scroll, 30 feet long and 15 feet wide. Why those dimensions? What is 15? Now, I'm interested to see what what letters they used to make the word 15. Okay? Because 15 in Hebrew
is a yod and a hey in its purest sense, but you don't use that all randomly all about. So I'm kind of curious, and especially not as a number, I would think. But I'm, like I said, I'm curious to see what numbers they used. I know it's important. Let that be the point. I answered, I see a flying scroll 30 feet long and 15 feet wide. Why 15 feet wide? That's the Lord, right? That's your guardrails. 15 feet. But why is it 30 feet long? Because of darkness and light. You have two times going in that direction, okay? Now everybody's like Kabbalah goofballs. No, look, he's structure in the temple. It's all structure, the whole thing. But that's why it's that way, okay? 15 wide, but then how does he go forward? Every time is divided. The path isn't, okay? And he said to me, there is a curse that is going out over the whole land. For according to what it says on one side, do you realize that the only time they wrote on both sides of a scroll, mostly, was during a marriage covenant? So the very first 10 commandments that say they were written on both sides, that's how we should have treated those. They got broken, they got lost. And then what the finger of God did turned into Moses and the Lord doing. Okay? There is a big difference between Elohim and Yahweh Elohim. And if you can't drill that in, this book will be your doom. The Lord has spoken. And he said to me, this is the curse that is going out over the whole land. For according to what it says on one side, every thief will be banished. And according to what it says on the other side, everyone who swears falsely will be banished. That's literally the law. Okay? It's written on both sides. So everyone who swears falsely will be banished. The Lord Almighty declares, I will send it out, and it will enter the house of the thief and the house of him who swears falsely by my name. This is referring to this book, the sword, going where, thieves. So who do we have here? We have a thief and someone who swears falsely. So what is a thief? A thief would be anybody that doesn't, okay, so if you're, how do you I hope this comes to mean something someday, and I'm just not wasting my time here, Lord. Please don't let my love for you be lost. It will enter the house of the thief. Okay, so that's, the Lord's always working. So if you're a harlot or not walking right, Babylon, that kind of thing in regards to the Lord, obviously you're still alive. Okay? You're still breathing, right? That breath of life costs something. It's not for naught, I guess you can say. That breath of life that's in you, the breath of life that's in you is either as a whole one thing from the Lord, or it is then just becomes like wind, the four spirits. And with you dealing with and doing with and everything that's going on in your life, okay, you are either You're either for him or against him. If you're for him, he's just running everything. If you're against him, you get scattered to the winds. You're subject to these four forces, right? Whatever you want to, however you want to call them. Wind from the east, north, and south, and whatever. Okay, and those also relates to the four horses as well. The spirit that you are of, right, would define which horse you are riding. That's the coming of the Son of Man. The Son of Man knows all the horses. I'm a son of man, as Jesus was a son of man. I understand what he meant, so I am like him. Hard to say. You are too. You just don't know it. Every time you might brush your teeth or comb your hair or whatever, look at yourself, pretty your eyes up. Guess what? You're a son of man. I will send it out and will enter the house of the thief and the one who swears falsely. So who's the thief? Well, you're still getting life. You know, you can be corrupt and depraved and whatever. So you're a thief. You've stolen and you're using your life for you, right? And who's the one who swears falsely? That's the one who says that they have an oath with God and they're doing what they're supposed to do according to this, but they're transgressing it, maybe being wicked against people or something like that. So they're swearing falsely. That swearing falsely then trickles out. All of it does. The thief robs blessings from God, so we don't see the kingdom because he doesn't know what the hell he's working for. He's just living here, right? What about the other guy? Well, he's screwing it up because God's word can only work in one way. That only begotten son, there's a thing there. It's not, just doesn't mean, it's not a person. The only begotten son is inside of you, and it's like, is to be the only way to please our God so that you can appear like him as much as you can. But if you're looking and going, whoa, but God glows and he can walk through walls and fly and whatever, then forget it. Just forget it and take your happy, prideful, puffed up junk and go out into the wilderness and enjoy yourself. Okay. You'll be fine. You'll suffer in there and eventually you're going to figure it out. You're going to come out of there eventually. Get back in Egypt. Go back where you came from with all that. It's not going to do you any good. Everyone who swears falsely will be banished. So that's saying you can't get on the path. The Lord Almighty declares, I will send it out and will enter the house of the thief and the house of him who swears falsely by my name. You're not, that's what Jesus was saying. Not all who say, Lord, Lord, right? Away, I never knew you. It's just talking about the fruit. The scary part is what? What did those people say? We cast people out in your name. We did that. We did these things in your name. And Jesus is saying, no, you were mean and rude and beat people up. And, you can't love him and that kind of love is bad or whatever. I mean, no, you don't go about it that way. If that love is defunct, you just leave that love alone and let it fade away as per God's plan, right? If this is the master they want to serve and this is the only life that they're going to know and nothing beyond it, who are you to tamper with that? You don't have the right. Because when you do, then you show yourself to be a ruthless judge, a Satan, and you think you're going to call people to your house? Who's going to want to come and visit you if you're a Satan? And that's the problem that we have in this earth. We don't understand this book. It will remain in his house and destroy it, both its timbers and its stones. It will. Did you hear what that just said? That was the warning I'm giving you. That's what I see right now. That's exactly what Jesus was talking about. Thieves and robbers. It will remain in his house and destroy it. Talk about falling on the sword. Wow. What a bitch. Watch out for them dogs. I like saying that. I watch all the people drop off. I don't care anymore. Nobody gives a shit what I say. You're expecting some polished up flying out of the sky person? I'm sorry. God will send a regular man to tell you. Enjoy. How much of this lemonade can I drink, man? Love it. I make the best lemonade ever. Mm. All right. Then the angel who was speaking to me came forward and said to me, "Look up and see what this is that is appearing." I asked, "What is it?" Okay, so he doesn't even know what it is. The angel has to tell him. So he looks at it, doesn't even know. It is a measuring basket. He asked, "What is it?" And he added, "This is the iniquity of the people throughout the land." What's iniquity? Sin, but iniquity is like worse. Because iniquity is not only iniquity would be like sin in motion. It's like iniquity is like a condition almost. It's like you broke the law, and because you broke the law, it's corrupting the law, and because the law is corrupted, then you sin. It's kind of like just not good, right? It's the importance of following a simple rule: is love each other. Then the cover of lead was raised. Interesting choice of metal. And there in the basket sat a woman. Okay, so that's the Torah, Lady Wisdom, whatever, right? He said, "This is wickedness." Okay, so it's the harlot then, right? It's still, and that just refers to all the harlot, Torah, it's all wrapped up in the same thing, referring to the same components of this. This is wickedness. And he pushed her back into the basket and pushed the lead cover down over its mouth. Now, why they use that word mouth, okay? You tell me. Because the beast was given a voice to speak, remember? And he pushed her back in the basket and pushed the lead cover down over its mouth. Then I looked up, and there before me were two women. Oh. So if I got two women and one in a basket, huh? Well, that doesn't sound very comforting. Two women and one in a basket. One in the basket. And that's wickedness. And wickedness is okay, I'm going to see the relation here. So wickedness is evil. That is wickedness is like evil that is done to harm somebody. Wickedness can also be like it's obviously evil to sin. It could be like using the law against somebody. That's like wicked, because now you're using good for evil. Not good. So what does he say? I looked up, and there before me were two women with the wind in their wings. Okay, that's spirit. And there's two of them. This actually relates to the final beast with the four sets of wings. That leopard. That's just like referring to God has thrown everything into the blender, man. both good and, remember, both on the mercy seat. One of those angels is on the right and one is on the left for a reason. And they stretch their wings over. Well, that's four wings. You see something with four wings, it's referring to good and evil working at the same time. So when that indescript beast is without a name, how God can't claim it. That might as well be Moses. How do I claim this thing? He's murdered somebody, he's done this, he's done that, the devil wants him, this wants it. That's referring to the end where just chaos, right? Moses was chaos and grace mode. He could see God, the Lord face to face, like I can. I understand that, what that means. Does it mean I've stared at him in the face? No. The book says I'll die, but I know what that means to say that. It's like looking at a coin and you get to see both sides at the same time or something. But anyway, these two women with the wind in their wings, they had wings like those of a stork. Okay, there's your birth. But what kind of children are they going to have? And they lifted up the basket between heaven and earth. So it's a firmament. It's in the same spot now as the firmament. So this thing that's hidden in a basket and carried by who? Two different women. And somebody who thinks only evil, right? Well, that's got to be the harlot and Mystery Babylon. Sure, then you got a Trinity. And that could actually maybe then work out, right? Where are they taking the basket? I asked the angel who's speaking to me. To the country of Babylonia. Oh, wow. To build a house for it. When it is ready, the basket will be set there in its place. That could actually be a good thing. That could mean that maybe Babylon is restored. Babylon would be restored, and then you would have to understand that firmament, that thing in between heaven and earth, is just talking about the two different forces that you're going to deal with, light and dark. See, what does it say? The wicked are reserved for the day of judgment, right? Wickedness is special. It's like the thing that you need to get rid of itself. And it's what God uses to judge. So the wicked are reserved for the day of judgment. So as long as there are wicked people on the planet, God can show up and say, I got other wicked people. Who will go? I will. Okay, go fight, cause war, hate, strife. Go try and kill those people over there. All right. Then what does the Lord say? Okay, I got these wicked people over here. I need more wicked people to go over there to kill, destroy, and get them, okay? Okay, well, guess what? Now there's more wicked people over here. What do I need? Let's get some. Oh, is there anybody else wicked left? Anybody left? Why won't you go? What about you? I can't. I'm told to feed my enemy, pray for my enemy, and clothe my enemy. What about you? The same thing. I know this Jesus guy. What the hell's going on here? Nobody will go. How come nobody will go? Because we've been sent. Come up here. I looked up again, and they're coming out from between two mountains, mountains of bronze. Remember, the belly is bronze. The hips are bronze. Okay? God is referenced as being God of the belly. The hips are where the children come from, right? The hips are also where those two pillars connect, those two iron pillars on the statue. Those represent good and evil, left and right. Okay? Flip the statue upside down and maybe you can understand, and you can see the 10 toes working in the clay as hands. And then what happens? He forms the vessel, but what is he working with? He's still working with a right hand and a left hand. So These are the iron rods going up in the other direction, right? Right? And then what happens? Where do they hit? Instead of hitting the hips, they'll hit this area, which is what? The chest and the silver. That's slave wages now. Okay? But what ultimately happens? The silver is mine, the gold is mine. Uses it all. It's like a reverse traveling up the statue in the other direction. There's some in here that describe it as a woman in that way. When it's talking about lady wisdom, since it's from both directions, it's going to do that. So that he looks up and he sees these chariots coming from between two mountains of bronze. The first chariot had red horses. Uh-oh. Okay. What is red horses? That's the great sword that takes peace from the earth. The other one has black horses. Okay, the second black, the third white, and the fourth dappled. So the second one has black horses. Remember what happened with the black horse? Where did the black horse go? It had the scales and it went north. And the horse that goes north with the scales gives the Lord comfort. All right. The third one was white and the fourth was dappled, all of them powerful. Okay. I asked the angel who was speaking to me, "What are these, my Lord?" The angel answered me, "These are the four spirits of heaven, going out from standing in the presence of the Lord of the whole world." Going out from standing. Important to pay attention to that. One little word, standing. They're definitely upright. These spirits are doing what the Lord needs. And since they're standing, I'm going to say that they're not evil spirits being used for good. They're just the spirits that are just roaming, right? So they're standing in the presence of the Lord. The one with the black horses is going towards the north country. It has the scales, right? It's just saying the apocalypse horses, they go east. And then when you position those horses, superimpose them with Zechariah here, you'll see that those horses start out in east, south, north, and west. They form a lightning bolt pattern. The Son of Man, okay, coming from east to west. That's what Jesus was talking about, describing a person and their understanding God or something, whatever it is that I got. The four spirits of heaven going out from the standing in the presence of the Lord of the whole world. Even to say the Lord of the whole world, it should say of all the earth, because it's referring to like the dust even right here. The one with the black horses is going toward the north country. The one with the white horse going towards the west. Oh, they switched them up nice. And the one with the dappled horses goes towards the south. So where's the red horse then? Are they coming out of the east? I never looked at this one. So this one is kind of the white horse goes towards the west. Well, your sins are white as snow in the end. And the dappled horse goes towards the south. Seeing dappled to me, speckled. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just saying that horse goes south because it needs to be cleaned up. Washed in the blood, if you want to call it that. When the powerful horses went out, they were straining to go throughout the earth. That's a very interesting way to put it. This is like saying these exist and people don't know about it. Okay? And he said, go throughout the earth. So they went throughout the earth. Then he called to me, look, these going toward the north country have been given my spirit. my spirit rest in the land of the north. Have given my spirit rest in the land of the north. He's got the scales. A crown for Joshua. The word of the Lord came to me. Take silver and gold from the exiles of Heldai. Oh, okay. See, when they start getting in all these names, this ain't going to mean as much as it should unless you know what all these names are saying. Take the silver and gold from the exiles Heldai, Tobijah, and Jedaiah, who have arrived from Babylon. Okay, so this is saying the word of the Lord came, take the silver and gold. So this is just saying to claim from these people that were living maybe godless lives or something like that. They're coming from Babylon, right? So the silver, all the gold belongs to the Lord. So he's just claiming it, right? Go the same day to the house of Josiah, son of Zephaniah. Take the silver and gold and make a crown. That's a very special crown, if you think about it, because it would be a crown built from badness, right? Maybe. And set it on the head of the high priest Joshua, son of Jehozadak. Tell him this is what it's a crown made from both. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Here is a man whose name is Branch, and he will branch out from his place and build the temple of the Lord. And this is the temple right here. Did Joshua build the temple? Did the Lord lie? Build the temple of the Lord. It is he who will build the temple of the Lord, and he will be clothed with majesty, and I will sit and rule on his throne. That's that's saying you will rule. You're doing with him. What is that saying? That's Father as the Son, and he will be a priest on his throne, and there will be a harmony between the two. This is a kingdom of priests and kings. See more Jesus everywhere. The crown will be given to Heldai, Tobijah, Jedediah, and Hen. And Hen? Like a mother covers her hens, huh? Son of Zephaniah, as a memorial in the temple of the Lord. Ah, those who are far away will come and help to build the temple, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. This will happen if you diligently obey the Lord your God. If, another if. The biggest word in the Bible, if. Do you know what could happen? What if? I have hunger now. Uh, in the 4th year of King Darius, the word of the Lord came to Zechariah on the 4th day of the 9th month. That's in a couple days. The month of Kislev. The people of Bethel had sent Sherezer and Regem-Melech together with their men to entreat the Lord by asking the priests of the house of the Lord Almighty and the prophets, should I mourn and fast in the 5th month, as I have done for so many years? is Zechariah learning about 9 to 5 here or something? I mean, why are they coming in the 9th month and asking about the 5th month? What were they mourning for? Then the word of then the word of the Lord Almighty came to me. Ask all the people of the land and the priests, when you have fasted and mourned in the 5th month and 7th months for the past 70 years, was it really for me that you fasted? Oh, they're just going to throw this right back in their face. See, that's the thing. It's like if you want to see heaven, the Son always does what he sees the Father doing. That's the way you're going to see heaven, is by creating a bunch of sons or people that understand what that means. Mourned in the 5th and 7th months. Okay. Oh. And when you were eating and drinking, were you not just feasting for yourselves? Are these not the words of the Lord proclaimed through the earlier prophets, when Jerusalem and its surrounding towns were at rest and prosperous, and the Negev and the western foothills were settled? Man, they describe the whole thing at 4 compass points. And the word of the Lord came again to Zechariah. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Administer true justice. Show mercy and compassion to one another. Do not oppress the widow or the fatherless. And to me, the widow is somebody who doesn't know, the Savior or the Messiah. Okay, that's someone who's not a part of being like the bride, right? So that's a widow. All right. Or the fatherless. Who's the fatherless? It isn't somebody who just doesn't know the Father in heaven, because that's still only one step. You got to know both fathers. You got to know Father God and the Father wise. If you don't know both, then you'll never understand the whole concept of the sons always doing what they see their father doing, and you might find yourself being a wrong son. Or you might find yourself as being a good son, but you can't claim it because you're serving a God you don't know, because you're doing good. You're doing what my God asked for. So you're serving my God whenever you do good. Thank you very much. If you deny it, say you're not, I'm doing it for me, I don't care who you say you're doing it for. You're still doing good. That belongs to my God. Thank you very much. You're serving a God that you don't know. It's simple. I don't know. We turned serving a God that you don't know into, serving where is this guy? Are these not the words the Lord proclaimed through the earlier prophets, when Jerusalem and its surrounding towns were at rest and prospering, and the Negev and the western foothills were being settled, or were settled? And the word of the Lord came again to Zechariah. This is what the Lord Almighty says: administer true justice. Show mercy and compassion to one another. Do not oppress the widow or the fatherless, the alien or the poor. That's like somebody poor in spirit that's been beat up, that doesn't know, they kind of can't get it going. Or the alien, somebody that's completely, hey, what's going on here, right? Fairness across the board. In your hearts, do not think evil of each other. But they refused to pay attention. Stubbornly, they turned their backs and stopped up their ears. They made their hearts as hard as flint and would not listen to the law or to the words that the Lord Almighty had sent through his Spirit through his earlier prophets. So the Lord Almighty was very angry. When I called, they did not listen. So when they called, I would not listen. Here's the reason, but here's the thing. That almost sounds wrong, right? Because it says he won't leave or forsake you. That maybe would be better to be thought of as I won't listen for a time, right? If you keep knocking, he'll let you back in. All right. So when they called, I would not listen, says the Lord Almighty. I scattered them to the whirlwind. In other words, I left them to the force of the wind. If you don't want me, you're succumbed to the four winds. Those things where it says, do not harm any tree or whatever. Do not, hold the winds back. You want to hold the winds back? Know this book. I scattered them with a whirlwind among the nations where they were strangers. The land they left was so desolate behind them that no one could come or go. Now, look at what this says. The land that they left behind them was so desolate. There's a psalm where it says, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord. Goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life because I choose to dwell in the house of the Lord. That's referring to when you dwelling in the house of the Lord, everything in your wake that will follow me phrase in the scripture refers to like a boat will follow me. You're leaving goodness and mercy in your path, behind you in your wake. These guys, the land they left was desolate so that no one could come or go. So what did they experience? They were watching that final beast stomping everything into dust. Now that land can still be reclaimed, but that's what we're going through now. We're watching all our the foundations of heaven are being shaken, basically, people finding books or saying this didn't happen. Paul didn't exist. Jesus was never crucified. I'm not even here. This is how they made the pleasant land desolate. Whew. Man, I am really hungry right now. Let me go see if I can find something really quick. Really quick. did nothing. Again, the word of the Lord came to me. I am very jealous. I'm sorry. Again, the word of the Lord Almighty came to me. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I am very jealous for Zion. I am burning with Zion means desolate place. Opportunity could come from there. But also means that she's lazy. But the opportunity is there. And dwell what? In Jerusalem. In the word. Then Jerusalem will be called the city of truth. Right there. Right there. Then Jerusalem would be called the city of truth. And the mountain of the Lord Almighty will be called the holy mountain. It already is. I know it's a holy mountain. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Once again, men and women of ripe old age will sit in the streets of Jerusalem. Sit in the streets. What's Jerusalem? The word, the law. It's like sitting at the right hand of God. Each with cane in hand because of age. The city streets will be filled with boys and girls playing there. And this literally, if we don't repair this Jerusalem, the other Jerusalem is, I don't see how it can be. The fullness of the Gentiles has to come. Everybody. Everybody. All of us. This is what the Lord Almighty says. It may seem marvelous to the remnant of this people at the time, but will it seem marvelous to me? Oh, wow. See, this is, how can anybody think that God gets mad at us after that statement? Will it seem marvelous? He already sees it as marvelous, waiting for us to do the work. What are the works? Sit in the streets, let the kids play. I will save my people from the countries of the east and the west. That's like saying he's going to call people from the sheeps and the goats, okay? I will bring them back to live in Jerusalem, into the law, the teaching of peace. They will be my people, and I will be faithful, and I will be faithful and righteous to them as their God. He already is. I think that what this is saying, though, is the epiphany will hit us. We'll realize it, right? You who now hear these words spoken by the prophets who were there when the foundation was laid for the house of the Lord Almighty. Let your hands be strong. Okay, both. That the temple may be built. Before that time, there were no wages for man or beast. Now, hold on a minute. Is this a cashless society? No law? No wages? No law. No one could go about his business safely because of his enemy. For I had turned every man against his neighbor, brother against brother, hand against hand. Like I said, two different kingdoms. You want the other one to come? Bring it. But now I will not deal with this remnant of this people as I did in the past. These prophecies are already fulfilled. You have to fulfill them. There's nothing here that says the Lord has to do anything. This prophecy is as good as done. It's being denied and defied. It's exactly what Paul talked about. Having a form of godliness, but denying its power. You want to see God's power? Live the word like the Bereans. That's how they tested it every day. They didn't sit in here and try to figure out, well, he said this and said that. No, they just did what it said. That's the easiest way to test it. You can read about swimming all you want. You ain't doing anything until you get in the water. The seed will grow well. The vine will yield its fruit. The ground, you and I, will produce its crops, and the heavens will drop their dew. Meaning we'll be blessed. I will give all these things as an inheritance to the remnant of this people, as you have been an object of cursing among the nations. Take that how you will, right? Were they cursing at you, or were you going in the other direction? Oh, Judah and Israel, so will I save you, and you will be a blessing. Oh, I guess they're not now, huh? Or yet, do not be afraid, but let your hands be strong. Again, spirit of fear, we're doomed. And that doesn't mean to have the spirit of courage to go conquering and destroying people, okay? No. Wrong answer. This is what the Lord Almighty says: just as I had determined to bring disaster upon you and showed no pity when your fathers angered me. Now, who are the fathers? The bad guy. Or you could either one, really, because if if supposedly your good father isn't obeying, right? It's to say that the fathers angered me. You weren't doing what you're supposed to be doing. I have no sons that I can speak well of. They're sons of God, but they're like doing everything I've said not to do, oppressing people, judging unfairly, and so on, right? Just as I had determined to bring disaster upon you and showed no pity when your fathers angered me, says the Lord Almighty, so now I have determined to do good again to Jerusalem and Judah. Do not be afraid. These are the things you are to do. Speak truth to each other and render true and sound judgment in your courts. Do not plot evil against your neighbor, and do not love or swear falsely. Oh, do not love to swear falsely. I hate all this, declares the Lord. Again, the word of the Lord Almighty came to me. This is what the Lord Almighty says: the fasts of the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 10th months, occasions, and happy festivals for Judah. Therefore, love truth and peace. Hmm. Yep. Huh. 10 men, what a compliment. Again, the word of the Lord Almighty came to me. This is what the Lord Almighty says: the fasts of the 4th, 5th, and 7th, and 10th months will become joyful and glad occasions and happy festivals for Judah. Now, these are fasts. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Many peoples and the inhabitants of many cities will yet come. And the inhabitants of one city will go to another. Let us go at once to entreat the Lord and seek the Lord Almighty. I myself am going. And many peoples and powerful nations will come to Jerusalem and seek the Lord Almighty and to entreat him. This is what the Lord Almighty says. In those days, 10 men from all languages. Is that 700 men? Interesting. That's 700 men. Will take hold of one Jew by the hem of his robe and say, let us go with you because we have heard that God is with you. Yeah. Is he with you or not? For or against? How's it going? Judgment on Israel's enemies. An oracle. Wow, we're chucking right through Zechariah here, ain't we? Wow, look at that, man. We might actually finish this bad puppy off. I need to freshen up again. Someday I will not cry anymore and my nose won't get plugged up. That will be a nice day. There you go. I'll be back shortly.
I got you. Could you please just go away? I want you in my bed, but you could be somewhere else instead. You wait beside his door, but I wish you weren't so insecure. I read this stupid book, wondering why folks won't take a look. You know we're killing fast, and as I see it, we just can't last. An open letter. Y'all know 5's the number of grace, right? I think y'all know that. I hope so. Let me see. I gotta adjust my. I keep a bunch of blankets in here because my chair is pretty old. It ain't nice when you get a spring stuck in your butt, you know. So I just bunch up a bunch of towels, 15 blankets, pile them up on there, you know. Someday it said he's gonna like give me a throne, is what I'm my understanding. You think that? I want to sit on a throne of glass where I don't have springs stuck up my ass. I can ditch these blankets and stuff, and I'll say, oh, hey, I've had enough. Cut my fingers on the edge of a knife. Ooh, I want to spit in the face of life. Yeah, it's more like I want to feel the grace of life. If you don't appreciate it, turns out bad. In those days, 10 men from all languages and nations will take firm hold of one Jew by the hem. Grab him, you know. Let us go with you because we have heard that God is with you. Do you give any? All right, so there you go. How do you demonstrate that God is with you? Do you tearing it all apart? He's with me. I'm powerful, unstoppable. Until I'm not. The word of the Lord is against the land of Hadrach and will rest upon Damascus. Ooh, what does that name mean, Hadrach? Remember, when it talks about the land of something, that name of that land, that could be indicating you. You know, Israel, right? Israel is a person's name, but it's also like a place. But Israel refers to, somebody that knows that God prevails. It's a mindset and acceptance, right?
Yeah. How do you look at that, right? Who won, right? It's like, did I lose because I surrendered? No, I won because I surrendered. For the eyes of men and whoa, the word of the Lord is against the land of Hadrach and will rest upon Damascus. For the eyes of men and all the tribes of Israel are on the Lord. For the eyes of men and all the tribes of Israel are on the Lord. Are they, is Hadrach considered beasts? Maybe. And upon Hamath too, which borders on it. Now, isn't Hamath meaning like, you know, like badness or something? I think. I don't know. And upon Tyre and Sidon, though they are very skillful. What does skill have to do with anything? Tyre has built herself a stronghold. She has heaped up silver like dust. And that's a fair thing to say. Built for herself. Silver is slaves' wages. So now silver like dust, though, that's really good. Well, no, that means they worked really hard to get it. And gold like the dirt of the streets. Yeah, see, they learn the hard way. Dirt of the streets, that's where Lady Wisdom dwells. But the Lord will take away her possessions and destroy her power on the sea, and she will be consumed by fire. Everybody is. So, got all that stuff, didn't get it the right way, so he claims it back. Ashkelon will see it and fear. Gaza will writhe in agony, and Ekron too, for her hope will wither. So I'd like to know what these names mean. Ashkelon, Gaza, Ekron. Gaza will lose her king, and Ashkelon will be deserted. Now, some of these prophecies, if you want to try and plug them into, they could be going on right now, right? Israel could be trying to fulfill these. Gaza will lose her king, and Ashkelon will be deserted. Foreigners will occupy Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines. Now, that area they're in used to be called Philistia, from my understanding. So I will take the blood from their mouths, the forbidden food from between their teeth. Well, if Israel is God's apple of their eye or that kind of a thing, them striking in that way was taking a bite out of something they shouldn't have messed with. Regardless, I'm not happy about it either way, because I think that it then became too excessive going in the other direction, and now it's just got the whole Middle East lit up. Those who are left will belong to our God. Of course. And become leaders in Judah. And Ekron, get a hair. Those who are left will belong to our God, but the leaders and become leaders in Judah. And Ekron will be like the Jebusites. But I will defend my house against marauding forces. Never again will any oppressor overrun my people. That's what people don't get is when it says, I will defend, guys, this is your defense right here. If you're outside of that, he cannot defend you. You've left the city. Never again will an oppressor overrun my people. For now I am keeping watch. This is the trick. Are you his people? Right. That's the question. Jesus kind of throws some frightening stuff on the table with that one, you know. We cast out demons in your name. We did this. We did. They supposedly thought they did all the right things, and somehow they still failed. Never again will an oppressor overrun my people. Actually, if you think about it, if we're supposed to defend the oppressed, who is really the oppressor? If someone is oppressing me and they're outside the house of God, who is really the one who's oppressed? And it's like, never again will an overpresser overrun my people. No, because you'll see him as a blessing. Come on, I got 10 people hanging off of there. I'm sure I can fit another 5, maybe even 17. Let's go. Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Daughter, the women. I got to make some lemonade. Daughter of Zion. Shout, daughter of Jerusalem. Now, daughter of Zion, Zion is a desolate place, a parched place. Shout, daughter of Jerusalem. Two different people. One daughter birthing children out of the teaching of peace, this book. The other one out of whatever, dry ground, struggle, strife, Jacob's trouble. See, your king comes to you righteous and having salvation. Yeah. I love when people say salvation by grace, because grace, that's a loan, as in grace period. You still have to pay that back. So salvation by grace is just, you getting maybe paid back a little at a time instead of your ultimate judgment that you think you have coming, if you believe that. Righteous and having salvation, gentle and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. Beast of burden. And even when Jesus said that, when you see that was a sign. When you see a donkey tied to a tree, it's like, my Lord needs this. Let me take it. It's kind of like seeing opportunity that somebody needs to be used for something, right? It's like to say that opportunity is always there. I will take away the chariots from Ephraim. Now, was Ephraim a double ash heap? It's referring to the warlike power of God. In other words, instead of us feel like we're fighting God, that will change. We will look at that differently. The chariot part is gone. The ashes are still there. And the war horses from Jerusalem, again, split in half. Ashes and destruction. This is referring to, people living outside the law, trying to skirt the law, mocking God, right? Jerusalem is people that are in the law, the teaching of peace. And what's it saying? I will take away the chariots of Ephraim, so the brother against brother thing will go away. And the war horses from Jerusalem, the people that judge, and the battle of all of it. I mean, and the battle, right. And, I should have just kept reading. And the battle bow will be broken. He will proclaim peace to the nations. Peace. Or else. His rule will extend from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. See, from sea to sea, there's two different kinds of sea. His rule extending from sea to sea is absolutely not referring to like from the North Atlantic to the Pacific, okay? No, the sea is the beginning of the whole thing and the end, because the end comes like a flood. So from sea to sea is from the beginning, okay? The seas, he called, remember? All right, the waters separated, that. From sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. And the river is his water. The ends of the earth, I don't know. How many people are here? Everybody gets it. As for you, because of the blood of my covenant with you, I will free your prisoners from the waterless pit. Wow, look at what that says in Zechariah. As for you, because of the blood of my covenant with you, I will free your prisoners from the waterless pit. Now, just because you're thinking blood of a covenant, get away from slaying animals and things like that. Blood means more than just, to eat the meat with the blood in it would be like a kind of usury, if you can imagine that. The life is in the blood. The life is in the blood. Okay? So when it's saying, as for you, because of the blood of my covenant, the life, your life is the blood. So what that blood does, right? You need an account. Your blood has to have an accounting for it, which means whatever you did with it. What if it was never spilled or whatever? Doesn't matter. Every single thing with the breath of life, their blood has an accounting for what they did while they were alive. And so that's why you don't eat something while it's still alive or with the blood still in it. That sounds crazy. You don't eat something while it's still alive? I mean, did they really? I guess, I don't know. Is this grape really dead? I don't know. Has a seed in it. Mm. As for you, because of the blood of my covenant with you, I will free your prisoners from the waterless pit. I'm sorry, but if the New Testament writers weren't throwing this in there, this is all Jesus right here. The blood of a covenant and freeing your prisoners from the waterless pit. Remember, I said every prophecy could be fulfilled twice? This is kind of weird. Remember, I told you my number is 449. When you look up that number in the concordance, you come up with either unwashed, and this is weird how these same numbers between Greek and they're it's strange how, what happens, but try it out sometime. But mine is unwashed or an empty cistern, and it just talks of that right here. As for you, because of the blood of my covenant with you, I will free your prisoners from the waterless pit. So I guess what you would have to ask yourself is, are you free of me? Have I captured you or something? Interesting. Maybe you're all already free. And I'm just the bad guy trying to drag you back into the tank so you can pull a Joseph. What you thought was for bad, I knew was for good. Return to your fortress, O prisoners of hope. Oh, wow. Even now, I announce that I will restore twice as much as you, good and evil. I feel like this is written about me. I will bend Judah as I bend my bow and fill it with dust, Ephraim, double ash heap. I will rouse your sons, O Zion. See your son. Oh, it talks about daughters. And then look at, here they come. Against your sons, O Greece. What is Greece? I know what Greece is, but what is Greece, right? And make you like a warrior's sword. This is already going on right now. Then the Lord will appear over them. His arrow will flash like lightning. The sovereign, now, see, can you see how it's changing here? Now all of a sudden it's sovereign Lord. Why? It's because it's describing the Lord becoming different as we worship him. He has to change for us. He doesn't change, but he's got to accommodate us. Otherwise, If he didn't, he'd step on us, destroy us. You know, the whole, you know, the older will serve the younger. Then the Lord will appear over them. His arrow will flash like lightning. The sovereign Lord will sound the trumpet. He will march in the storms of the south. Yep. And the Lord Almighty will shield them. He will destroy and overcome with sling stones. They will drink and roar as with wine. They will be full like a bowl used for sprinkling the corners of the altar. And it's funny, they will be full like a bowl. You're thinking that they're a bowl, they're actually the offering. Nice. The Lord their God will save them on that day as the flock of his people. They will sparkle in his land like jewels in a crown. How attractive and beautiful they will be. Grain will make the young men thrive. Now, grain is referring to the bread, the word, right? And new wine, the young women. And crazy. Who brought the wine to the wedding in Cana? Who started that? Who started the wedding in Cana? John 2:5. John 2:5. Mom started that. Jesus was all Orson Welles, we shall have no wine before it's time. It ain't time, my time. And then all of a sudden, what does she do? She gets to his servants. Do everything he tells you. Wow. That's all it took. And all of a sudden it was time for wine. I think that is speaking of a person gaining control over themselves. Your servants, the things that are inside you, the power, whatever you want to call it, that is within you, it's useless if you don't have any discipline. It's just the way it goes. But man, what do we got left? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ask the Lord for rain in the springtime. It is the Lord who makes the storm clouds. He gives showers of rain to men and plants of the field to everyone. The idols speak deceit. Diviners see visions that lie. They tell dreams that are false, and they give comfort in vain. Therefore, the people wander like sheep. Bad guidance, right? Oppressed for the lack of a shepherd. And again, if you're supposedly supposed to take care of the oppressed, how are you going to shepherd them without a staff? And the staff is that book. My anger burns against the shepherds, and I will punish the leaders. For the Lord Almighty will care for his flock. So look at that, the Lord Almighty. So if he's Almighty, good and bad, and the good ain't doing what they're supposed to be doing, he's like, what? Fine. I'll teach him through bad then if I have to, right? For the Lord Almighty will care for his flock, the house of Judah, and make them a proud horse in battle, like a proud horse in battle. From Judah will come the cornerstone, From him, the tent peg. From him, the battle bow. From him, every ruler. Interesting. Together they will be like mighty men, trampling the muddy streets in battle. Okay, and see, some of these visions are like together they will be like mighty men. Now, remember, mighty men isn't necessarily a good thing. Trampling the muddy streets in battle. It's like almost being foolish, right? Because the Lord is with them. They will fight and overthrow the horsemen. I will strengthen the house of Judah and save the house of Joseph. I will restore them because I have compassion on them. They will be as though I had not rejected them, for I am the Lord your God, their God. And I will answer them. The Ephraimites will become like mighty men, and their hearts will be glad as with wine. Their children will see it and be joyful. Their hearts will rejoice in the Lord. I will signal for them and gather them in. Surely I will redeem them. They will be as numerous as before. Though I scatter them among the peoples, yet in distant lands they will remember me. They and their children will survive, and they will return. I will bring them back from Egypt and gather them from Assyria. See, it always doubles up on things. I will bring them to Gilead and Lebanon, and there will not be room enough for them. They will pass through the sea of trouble. Okay, that's the Jordan. Jordan means descender. The surging sea will be subdued, and all the depths of the Nile will dry up. I mean, you're talking about seas and this, and even the Nile, right? It's talking about water going away. Like even, in the end, in the book of Revelation, it says that the sea is gone. All right, you got to figure that out. And when it says the depths of the Nile will dry up, that's talking about the two rivers. So when the two rivers are used up, those two witnesses are dead in the streets. Assyria's pride will be brought down, and Egypt's scepter will pass away. I will strengthen them in the Lord, and in his name they will walk, declares the Lord. We busted 4 hours. I got to shut this thing down. We'll have to come back for Zechariah 11. My eyelids feel heavy. I'm going to take a zonker for a bit. But I love you guys. I hope you're well, and I hope you're safe wherever you are, and you're not challenged too heavily. Hopefully, you have the resources around you and people want to help you out, because it is bad when You don't have that. I love you guys. Shalom. Shalom.